Today is the 8th of September 2021. Irene, you can call the matter.
Good morning, my lady.
Morning.
Morning, my lady.
Irene, you are muted, please.
Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021.
Can I ask the others to switch off or put off their cameras? I see there is Mr. Mohoto. I don't know, Miss Mohojo. Thank you very much.
I'm present, my lady.
Yes, but my problem was your camera was on.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Miss Butelezi.
Good morning, my lady.
Just checking if Mr. Mapianya is present today. Irene or Miss? Yes.
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning, Mr. Sibero.
Good morning. There was a gentleman who called me around for yesterday in the afternoon by the name of Mr. Nemasetoni.
Yes.
He sent me his email for us to send him the link this morning. I've sent him, sorry, I sent the email to Irene to send him the link. So around 2 minutes past 10, I told him to log in for roll call. But I can see his
Will he be sending in for Mr. Makanya?
Yes, that is what he indicated to me. But now when I'm calling him...
The problem is that we don't know whether he would have wanted to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, that is the position which I wanted to clarify with him.
You were not able to discuss with him last night?
Yes, I discussed with him that there's a witness on the stand.
Yes.
Are you going to be in a good position to cross-examine the witness? And they assured me that he's going to communicate with Mr. Mapchanya to get his position because he does not even have a single document in this matter.
Obviously, we can't. No. This person, obviously, I don't think he will do anything. He has not been part of this proceedings.
Definitely. So I'm trying to phone him, but unfortunately, his phone is off.
We're just going to proceed. They will get the record. There's nothing that we can do because the directive is very clear.
As it please the court, my lady.
Yes. Mr. Van Bergen?
Yes, my lady.
Are you ready to proceed?
I'm ready to proceed, my lady. My lady, a possible...
Just before you proceed, the witness is warned. Yes, continue.
Thank you. Just as regards Mr. Mapwanya's position, my lady, I don't know if your ladyship would perhaps consider that I proceed with my examination, and then in the event that Mr. Mapwanya were to wish to cross-examine Ms. Buthelezi once he joins us again, she can be recalled, subject to your ladyship agreeing, of course, but I would then in that situation request that I be allowed to re-examine on his cross-examination only.
Yes, we will deal with that when Mr. Mapchanya is part of this proceedings.
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Ms. Buthelezi, good morning.
Morning.
I want to start off by just getting some background on record. I want to start with your qualifications and your experience in the nursing field. I submit, my lady, it is not contentious, and I will lead the witness on these issues. Ms. Buthelezi, is it correct that you qualified as an enrolled nurse in 1983 after you had performed training at Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital for a period of 2 years?
That's correct.
This is now which paragraph of the statement?
My lady, no, this is general background that I'm getting on record.
So she qualified as an enrolled nurse in 1989.
1983, my lady.
1983.
Correct, my lady.
Yes.
Ms. Buthelezi, in 1986, you qualified with the general nursing qualification, which is a diploma in comprehensive nursing, and that includes community nursing, psychiatric nursing, and midwifery. Is that correct?
That's correct. I completed in 1990.
1990, thank you. In 1996, did you qualify with the qualification B. Cur, C-U-R, et ed, at the then Rand Afrikaans University?
That's correct.
And you also have a degree in nursing administration, also obtained in 1996. Is that correct?
That's correct.
My lady, it would appear that Mr. Sibara has something to address your ladyship on.
As you please the court, my lady, I managed to get a call from Mr. Mapyanya.
I'm listening, Mr. Sibara.
It seems it's fine even if my camera is not on. I managed to get a call from Mr. Mapyanya that he will be in a position to can cross-examine the witness tomorrow because he is recovering much better. He will do that in the morning. However, he is going to propose that he won't be able to switch on the camera because of his condition. He can only do that only with his voice.
We will deal with that. I don't want you to be his spokesperson, and I'm going to request that when we proceed, let us proceed, and then you'll interrupt me later in regard to this, please.
No problem with it.
Yes, he's not here today. Let us just proceed, just to save the court's time, and then you will update me as we progress in the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
Ms. Buthelezi, it is already on record that you were employed at the Life Esidimeni Waverley Care Centre. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you started there in 1990 as a professional nurse and became the nursing manager in 2002.
That's correct.
It is also on record that you left the employ of Life Esidimeni at the end of June 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you then took up employment as an employee of the Gauteng Department of Health at Weskoppies Hospital.
That's correct.
Where you were employed up until for about a year, and you then rejoined Life Esidimeni from 2017 to 2020.
That's correct.
Now, Ms. Buthelezi, can you inform her ladyship, just in broad detail, broad background, what were your duties as nursing manager at Life Esidimeni Waverley Care Centre?
One, it was patient care, making sure that whatever systems that I put in place are aligned with the business strategy and what is the requirement of the Department of Health as per SLA.
Right. Ms. Buthelezi, if you can just slow down what you say so that her ladyship can take notes as we go along. Okay.
Yes, just before you proceed, if you may repeat your answer, Ms. Buthelezi. What were your duties as a nursing manager in Waverley?
It was patient care. Yes. My role was to put systems in place in relation to patient care, aligning those systems with the business strategy And what was the requirement from the Gauteng SLA with Life Esidimeni?
Yes, continue, Councillor.
Yeah. Now, stepping off from your qualifications and your duties, can you inform her ladyship whether mental health care users are the same as patients who have physical illnesses, or is there a difference in how they are dealt with and how they present?
Can you just repeat this the question? I think that you broke at some stage.
I'm sorry, I will repeat it. Ms. Buthelezi, the question is whether mental health care users are the same in presentation and conduct as patients who have physical illnesses, such as patients who go to non-mental medical institutions.
Yes, there is a difference.
Can you explain to her ladyship what those differences are?
The differences are mental psychiatric patients, they've got a decreased thought.
They've got?
Decreased thought.
Yes.
Or reduced thought.
Mm-hmm.
They're disorientated to self,
yes,
time, and people.
So they are disoriented
to time, place, and people.
Yes.
They are unable to take care of their personal or their ADL activities of daily living.
Yes.
They have a tendency of being aggressive.
Yes.
They are unable to manage their activities, their personal activities. At times are unable to take care of their assets or belongings.
Yes. Is that all?
That's a few that I can mention.
Thank you, Ms. Buthelezi. Ms. Buthelezi, and would these characteristics that you have mentioned vary from user to user depending on the nature and degree of the mental incapacity that the user suffers from?
That's correct.
Yes.
Thank you. You testified, Ms. Buthelezi, that the patients, the mental health care users who were at the Life Esidimeni facilities had all been transferred from state institutions such as Weskoppies, Sterkfontein, Tara, and you mentioned some others as well. You recall that evidence?
Yes, I do.
And you also testified that Life Esidimeni had admission criteria in the sense that they only accepted stable, non-aggressive patients. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, when mental health care users were transferred from state facilities to Life Esidimeni, did those state facilities send their entire patient files with the users to Life Esidimeni?
No.
Just hold it there. Continue.
What documentation did they send with such users?
They'll send a summary report, a report which contains the assessments of all their multidisciplinary team. They'll send an MCH3. They'll send the last periodical report.
They will send a summary report
written by all their MDT members.
Yes.
They will send a last periodical report.
Yes.
They will send the medication. And it was a month supply of medication.
Month.
Yeah, a 1 month supply of medication.
Continue.
Then if you find that one of the medication that the mental health care user is on, and we don't keep it in our formulary, they'll give us a 3-month supply as we wean the patient from that medication.
Thank you. Continue.
Thank you. Ms. Buthelezi.
Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, you may recall that you were cross-examined on the Health Advance Institute report.
No, what's wrong with your? Just a second. With your position. Sometimes, as you speak, you break. I don't know.
My lady, shall I just go out and log in again?
I think you could just try that so that you shouldn't. There shouldn't be any problem.
Lady, I'm hearing Mr. Van Bergen very clearly, but your sound is breaking up. So I'm wondering whether the problem isn't on your connection. I don't know about the
My
other
side.
Well, I'm just saying Mr. Van Bergen's coming through absolutely uninterrupted and clearly on to me. But when you speak,
just
it
hear
comes
him
in
properly. It doesn't. You know what happens? He starts, then he breaks, then everything goes out now. After that, the right way. So I don't want the record to be tainted with some problems. I think the best way you can just exit quickly and rejoin the meeting.
My lady, I understand the difficulty, but I'm not sure the difficulty is on Mr. Van Bergen's side, is what I'm saying. As I said, I don't know how the other...
Okay, but myself, do you have any problem? Can you hear me properly?
Yes.
No, that's the problem. I'm not.
Yes, my lady, if I may...
You can't hear me.
Voice, your sound is breaking up. So I don't know where the problem lies.
Okay. Miss
My lady,
Marriott, do you want to say something?
I think the problem might lie with you, my lady. I can confirm you are the person that's breaking up.
Is it myself? Okay, let me exit and join, rejoin.
Two, three, when we start.
Fernanda of Tiny Siboko was al voor
Please alert me if I'm still breaking again.
My lady, you're still breaking up.
Okay.
Judge is still busy trying to sort out her connectivity, so she will join us as soon as she manages to get that sorted out.
Thank you, Irene.
Thank you.
but I think all is fine now.
It sounds fine, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. We can proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Buthelezi, before the interruption, we dealt with the records that accompanied users who were transferred from state facilities to Life Esidimeni. Now, you may recall, and perhaps you should go to page 793. My lady, I must apologize. This is 793 of the Health Advance Institute report. That was uploaded later again, and I unfortunately neglected to get the new number, but it is page 55 of the report itself.
Yes.
If Ms. Matt could perhaps just be of assistance to confirm that the document is in fact page 55 of the Health Advance Institute report.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Ms. Marriott.
Page 54.
She has got
sorry.
the physical, she has got the
Just
physical,
looking for the
the hard copy of the report. Hello.
I beg your ladyship's pardon.
Yes, you have just, I just wanted, you have given her 2 pages. The other one is the case line page number. And then she has got the report with her, the hard copy of the report.
No, I don't think she has a hard copy, my lady, but Ms. Marriott did direct her to the correct page on case lines, as I understand.
What is the correct page of, because I'm on page 797.
793, my lady.
Oh, 793, correct. Yes, let me go to, I think I'm just there, which is, I just want to check if we're having the same document. Then that will be page, let me see.
55 in the lower right-hand corner, my lady. Well, lady, it is not really necessary to have the page open. What I will do is I will read this into the record,
okay,
and then lead the witness further on it. Ms. Buthelezi, on that particular page, in paragraph 10, you may recall you were cross-examined by Mr. Hoder's SC for Ms. Kedani Mahlangu. The following question is asked in that paragraph. Were the following details recorded on admission? That is now admission of a user from a state facility to Life Esidimeni. A, full name, and 100% of those were recorded. B, address of patient, and 82% were recorded. C, next of kin, 73% were recorded. D, address of next of kin or relevant family member, 68% were recorded. And E, contact telephone number, 72% were recorded. Now, my question to you is, on admission of a patient from a state facility to Life Esidimeni, where would Life Esidimeni get these particulars from? The address of the patient, the next of kin, the address of next of kin, and the contact telephone number.
Had an admission document. It's an application admission document. Those were they'll send that before admission. That's where we will screen the mental health care user before we can agree that the mental health care user meets our criteria and he can or she can be admitted in our facility.
Thank you.
You can continue. I've got the page and the paragraph. I'm with you.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, stepping over to a different topic, It was put to you in cross-examination that the aim of Life Esidimeni as a step-down facility in terms of the service level agreement was to endeavour to reintegrate users back into society. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
It was put to you and you agreed. Yes, that is the purpose ultimately.
That was the primary objective.
Yes. But you mentioned that there were two issues which impacted on this intention. The first one that you mentioned was the lack of resources. And in that regard, you said NGOs were limited. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the second point that you raised was, before I go to the second point, the first point, the lack of resources, you also referred to in paragraph 7 of your affidavit. Not so. Where you say at the end of the paragraph, the transfer of MHCUs was very slow due to the limited available resources. Do you agree with that?
I do.
And then the second issue was you said that 60% of the mental health care users were not dischargeable, and that was also addressed by you in your affidavit in paragraph 24 on page 1438.
I agree.
Where you said at the end of the paragraph, approximately 60% of our MHCUs were not dischargeable. Now, you were asked the question yesterday, but I'm going to ask you again, and then I'm going to ask some follow-up questions on that. What do you mean when you say that a user is not dischargeable?
One, their level of functioning was low. Mentally, they were still not stable to be able to take care of themselves.
Yes, hold it there. Continue.
Anything else?
Okay.
Is it
You
these
said
2 points that you want to mention, or are there more issues with regard to rendering a user non-dischargeable?
Yeah, it's because of, mostly it was because of their mental state and their level of functioning. So they wouldn't cope in the community at all. They needed a structured environment.
Right.
yes.
So in order for a user to be discharged, as you said, the user must be in a position to cope with the environment, etc.
That's correct.
You testified further that the Gauteng Department of Health requested statistics from Life Esidimeni on non-dischargeable patients. Do you confirm that? Do you recall?
That's correct, yes.
Are you therefore satisfied that the Gauteng, you also testified that those statistics were provided to the Gauteng Department of Health?
That's correct, because they required them periodically.
And were you therefore satisfied that the Gauteng Department of Health was aware at all relevant times of the percentage of Life Esidimeni users who were not dischargeable?
That's correct, I can confirm that.
That's all. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Now, Ms. Buthelezi, during the transfer process in the marathon project, as it's referred to, who decided on the category of users to be discharged or who were to be transferred on any particular day?
Then they will send us the numbers, then collectively with the department officials will say patient so-and-so and patient so-and-so, then we'll provide them with the list, but we'll firstly look at which the suitability of the patient at that particular time if the patient is physically well.
Right. Ms. Buthelezi, you testified that you would get a list, and in that list there would be certain requirements by the Gauteng Department of Health. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
One of them you testified was the number of users to be discharged on a particular day. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was the other information that was contained therein as regards users who had to be discharged on that day?
What family needed to be informed on the day of transfer and the NGO that the individual patient is going to. And another requirement was when the patient has reached that NGO, within 2 days, the NGO must notify the family that the mental health care user has arrived in the NGO.
Did that list contain any requirement relating to the nature of the mental condition or the sex of the user to be discharged?
That's correct.
And who decided on, well, before I ask that, so did the list then refer to certain, in a lay context, categories of mental health users to be discharged on any particular day?
That's correct, yes.
And who decided in that list? Was it the Gauteng Department of Health who set the categories, or was it Life Esidimeni who set the categories that had to be discharged?
It was a collective decision with the officials of government.
But the information in the list, the requirement of the category, where did that come from?
There was a list that was sent to the Department of Health which contained the mental state, and they will tick to say this one and this one and this one will be transferred on this particular day. Then at times we'll advise that this one is not suitable to be in an NGO.
Yes. And as regards the NGO to be discharged to, did Life Esidimeni have any decision in that?
No.
Was that decided by the Gauteng Department of Health?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, if I can then step over to the question of limited resources.
Yes.
You testified that prior to the termination of the agreement with Life Esidimeni, there had been a small number of NGOs that Life Esidimeni had discharged users to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, my learned friend, Mr. Makani, in cross-examination of you on Monday, if I recall correctly, said that there were numerous NGOs with a vast number of beds that Life Esidimeni could have discharged to. You will remember he mentioned a long list of NGOs and also the number of beds that they had. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Now, my question to you is, can a user just be discharged to any available NGO?
No.
Why can that not be done?
It's because the agreement in a SLA, mental health care user needs to be transferred to an NGO which is nearer their families.
Right. Now, you mentioned in your evidence
Yes, continue.
that one of the issues that Life Esidimeni had repeatedly raised with the Gauteng Department of Health after it was informed in 2015 of the termination of the agreement was that it wished to be advised of the names of the NGOs that users were going to be transferred to, as well as the admission criteria of those NGOs. You remember that evidence that you gave?
Yes, I do.
Why was it so important to Life Esidimeni to know the admission criteria of the NGOs?
It was to match the level of functioning of the mental health user with the requirements of that NGO.
And
yes,
was the process of patient selection and assessment by the multidisciplinary team, and as you said, the Gauteng Department of Health officials were also involved, was that related to this matching process?
That's correct.
Now, in the absence of information about the admission criteria of the NGOs, who provided information about what those NGOs were capable of, or what type of users the NGOs were capable of taking in order for the assessment and selection to match?
It means it's a Gauteng because we never received that information at all.
But just to interject, I don't understand this response. The question, if I may, is that in the absence of that information that relates to the admission criteria, who provided that information as to whether those NGOs were capable of admitting those mental health users?
Yes, in the context of...
Was that your question?
In the context of the selection and assessment thereof, my lady.
Yes. Let the witness answer.
Kindly repeat your question.
Let me repeat.
Just rephrase it so that maybe she can understand it properly.
I will do so, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, perhaps I should go one step back. Life Esidimeni had requested to be provided with information regarding the admission criteria of the NGOs. But your evidence was that information had not been provided, not so?
That's correct, yes.
Now, during the selection process and assessment by the multidisciplinary team and the officials of the Gauteng Department of Health, you provided information at that stage as to what patients a particular NGO could take or not?
The decision was the officials raised in Waverley Care Center because for them it was the numbers.
Yes. So they would provide information on the strength of which the selection and assessment process was then conducted. Do I understand you correctly?
That's correct, yes.
Ms. Buthelezi, this process of matching a user to a particular NGO, is that something that can be done properly and accurately within a limited time frame, such as 1 or 2 days?
What is the problem?
He's not audible at all.
Sorry, am I not audible?
I think there was some noise in the background. I don't know whether somebody didn't mute, but the noise is gone. Maybe you can just repeat the question.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, can you hear me properly?
Yes, I can now.
Thank you. Now, my question was, is this process of matching a user to an NGO by means of assessment and selection, is that something that can be done properly and accurately within a limited time frame, such as 1 day? And perhaps I should add, particularly if there are large numbers of users involved.
No.
Just a second. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, if I may refer you to paragraph 32 of your affidavit on page 1440. Do you have it, Ms. Buthelezi?
Yes, I do.
You say there that the marathon project deviated from the transfer process we had been following for many years. Under normal circumstances, we would follow the following process. 32.1, we would have the mental health care user assessed by the multidisciplinary team who would satisfy themselves that the mental health care user was suitable for discharge and transfer. 32.2, we would communicate with the family and prepare the mental health care user for the transfer. 32.3, we would visit the family and or NGO that was earmarked to receive the mental health care user. 32.4, the mental health care user would be sent on leave of absence, or LOA, initially for 7 days, then 14 days, and then a month. 32.5, once it was established that the mental health care user was adjusting to the new environment without relapsing, then the mental health care user would be discharged and transferred. Now, my question to you is, this process, as described in paragraph 32, is that part of the matching process to ensure that the match is in fact a correct one and that the user will benefit and, as you say, adjust to the new environment without relapsing.
That's correct.
In other words,
Yes.
prior to the marathon project, there would be, if I may refer to it in lay terms, trial discharges, first for 7 days. If that went well, then for 14 days. If that went well, then for a month. Is that correct?
That's correct. But at times the families will ask that the mental health care user come over the weekends because during the week there's nobody.
Yes.
Those was one of the flexibilities that we agreed with the families.
I understand. One could not be rigid in this approach. The question that I'm putting to you is that during this process, did it sometimes happen that it became clear that a particular user did not fit the NGO that he or she had been discharged to and was therefore returned to Life Esidimeni?
That's correct. Like I said when I was giving evidence, that happened a long time ago because we're discharging, as we agreed with the Department of Health, we're discharging the patient with a 11 and a 12. And that has since been corrected, that if the patient is not coping in any NGO, then the patient is brought back. But that was corrected that when it's not coping, it's sent to a provincial hospital.
Ms. Buthelezi, with this knowledge that users did not always adjust to the NGO they were discharged to, could it have been anticipated that there would be a number of NGOs who were discharged during the marathon project that would not be a good match with the NGOs that they had been sent to?
Come again?
My lady, the proposition I'm putting is that against the background history in the normal course of events, that users, despite the trial discharges, did not always adjust properly and with the result that they could not be finally discharged to an NGO. Could it have been anticipated that with the large numbers that were discharged during the marathon project, that there would be a number of those users who would similarly not adjust to their circumstances and new surroundings?
Okay.
Yes, it's true.
Thank you. My lady, I note it is 11:17. Would this be a convenient time for the tea adjournment?
I don't know because we started late. I don't know if we can just make it, just try to make up that time. Maybe we can, you can continue until 12 and then we take the break.
I'm happy to proceed, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, would you please turn to the Health Advance Institute report? It is page, well, I have it as page 809. Lady, and that would be page 71 of the report itself.
My lady, may I request that we leave the meeting quickly and rejoin? It seems that we have a problem with connection.
Okay, I think today there is a problem with network. You can do so.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Buthelezi. Do you have page 809 of the HAI report?
Page 71 of the report.
Yeah, it is the hard copy, page 71.
I do.
Thank you. You will see at the top, unfortunately, well, it would be paragraph 4.4, the first paragraph on that page. The question is, was this patient ever returned to family for leave of absence? And the answer is yes, 34% had been returned for leave of absence and 66% had not. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, my first question to you is, was it always possible to return a user to that user's family for leave of absence?
Yes, it was possible.
Was
It's not audible, no.
Sorry, am I not audible?
Yes.
Must I repeat the question, Ms. Buthelezi? My lady, it seems that there's a problem with sound. Can you hear me properly, Ms. Buthelezi?
Yes, I can hear you now.
I'm going to request that if you can't hear the question properly, don't be quick to respond. Just understand the question. Be sure that you have heard it properly before you respond.
My lady, I've just received a WhatsApp message from our instructing attorney who is sitting with the evidence leader and Ms. Buthelezi, who says we cannot hear you, breaking up. Perhaps I should also exit and just go back in just to see if that resolves the problem.
Okay.
I don't know if other...
I can hear you properly. I don't know the others.
Yeah. Well, let me go out and let's see if that resolves the problem.
Okay.
I don't understand this question.
My God, ik heb een pakwerkers. De game is die vier, de vier.
Ms. Buthelezi, is the sound better now? You are muted, Ms. Buthelezi.
Yes, you do.
Thank you. Ms. Buthelezi, the question was, and this is in reference to paragraph 4.4 on page 809 of the Health Advance Institute report, where it says that 34% of patients had been returned to family for leave of absence. The question to you was it always possible to return a patient to the patient's family for leave of absence?
Yes, it was possible.
Now, we had seen earlier that there was a large percentage of patients who, on admission to Life Esidimeni facilities, did not have information about their families or next of kin. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
Now, did all users have families that they could be returned to?
No.
Were those users who did have families, let me rephrase the question, were the families of users who did have families always willing to accept a user on leave of absence?
Harry, you were breaking. I couldn't hear the whole question.
I'll repeat the question and just tell me if I'm still breaking up. The question was, were all families of users who had known families willing to accept those users for leave of absence?
Not all of them.
Just referring back to paragraph 4.4, the figure of 66% of patients who were not returned to family for leave of absence. Is there any correlation between that 66% who were not so returned and the 60% of patients you had described as not?
Mr. Vandenberg, sorry to interject you. I think
we lost our judge.
the judge cut off.
Thank you, Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Irene, can you perhaps just find out what the problem is?
Yes, can we proceed?
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, I referred you to paragraph 4.4 on page 809, case lines 809 of the Health Advance Institute report, and specifically to the statistic of 66% of patients who had not been returned to family for leave of absence. My question to you is whether there is any correlation between the 66% referred to there and the 60%, approximately 60% of patients whom you described were not dischargeable.
There is a correlation.
Did any particular patient's capacity as far as being dischargeable or not therefore play a role in whether such a patient was sent on leave of absence?
Can you repeat the question, Harry?
Did the capacity of a particular user to be discharged or not by virtue of his or her mental capacity play a role in whether such patient was sent on a leave of absence or not?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can then go to page 819 of the Health Advance Institute report. Hard copy, page 81.
Case line?
819, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, if I may refer you to paragraph 12.5, where the question was,
the families needs to come and they need to allow the mental care user to visit, and we promoted that the families should also visit the mental health care users. And secondly, structurally, we had the securities services around the facility. We also have had the cameras so that we identify if the patient absconds. And we had the incident report system that we needed to follow. And we're having a rehabilitation meetings with the individuals, educating them about the importance of taking their medication.
Thank you.
Continue.
If you would turn to the next page, page 820. Do you have the page, Ms. Buthelezi?
Yes, I do.
Paragraph 14.1. This relates to the question, has the department inspected the facilities? And the answer is yes, 80%, which means that the department had inspected 4 out of the 5 facilities. Now, you mentioned in your evidence that the department held both scheduled and unscheduled inspections. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, if you look at paragraph 14.1.2 on page 820, it says what issues were raised as a result of the inspection. And it says issues raised, documentation should improve. Secondly, social workers' report did not clearly record family contacts and preparation of discharge. 3, in infection control, the issue was that the hand washing materials should be put in every hand washing sink. And fourthly, incomplete nursing interventions. Now, the question that I have, do any of these 4 items identified here, and I want you to look at them again, do any of them relate to poor patient care?
The infection control.
The question is, do any of them relate to poor patient care? Yes or no? Then you can explain.
Yes.
And in what respect?
For example, incomplete nursing interventions. Because if something is not recorded, it means it wasn't done.
Ms. Buthelezi, does that constitute an administrative issue or a patient care issue?
Just kindly give me a chance so that I reread and internalize.
Certainly.
All of them are not related to patient care, but to administrative care, to administrative issues.
If I can turn to the scheduled and unscheduled visits or inspections that you had testified about, can you recall whether the department had, in respect of any of those visits, ever had complaints about patients not having been properly cared for?
No.
Just a second. continue.
Thank you, my lady. If you would turn to page 831, Ms. Buthelezi.
I've got the document.
Thank you. This is now the analysis of the findings by the Health Advance Institute inspection team. And the first bullet point that they raise is, in most cases, there is not an intention to achieve a dischargeable status within 1 year. Do you see that?
No, I don't.
Let me read from the start. There's the heading, analysis, and they say, as can be seen from the above reports, there is generally substantial compliance with the terms of the service level agreement. Next paragraph, the following items are presented as areas that may require further investigation or review. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then the first bullet point says, in most cases, there is not an intention to achieve a dischargeable status within 1 year. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Does a patient's or a user's mental health condition play a role in whether such a user is dischargeable, or let me rephrase that, whether a dischargeable status can be achieved in respect of such a user within 1 year?
It was not possible.
Ms. Buthelezi, the question was, does the mental health condition play a role in whether a patient is dischargeable within a year or not?
Yes, it did.
And what role does it play?
It's because of their mental state. They required a structured environment.
Were the type of mental health conditions suffered by users at Life Esidimeni reversible?
No.
Can you explain why not?
It depended on the condition. Some of condition were not reversible.
Right. If I can step over to another aspect, it was put to you by Mr. Makani in cross-examination that persons in control of the transfer during the marathon, and this was specifically at the Waverley Care Centre, were a Dr. Ghani, Dr. Linkwani, and Mrs. Sanello. Do you remember that was put to you?
Yes, I do remember.
Can I refer you to page 503?
I have the document in front of me.
Thank you. I be with you in a moment. It is the affidavit of Mrs. Sanello. Do you agree?
I can see that.
And she says in paragraph 2 that she was previously appointed by the Gauteng Department of Health Directorate Mental Health. And the responsibilities delegated to me included overseeing clinics in relation to mental health in the entire Gauteng province. Is this the same Mrs. Sanello who was official at, one of the officials at the Waverley Care Centre?
That's correct, yes.
If I may refer you to page 504, paragraph 3. Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to read the paragraph. I won't read the entire paragraph. If I may refer you to page 505, where paragraph 3 continues. Do you have it? I want to refer you to line 6. The line starts "was closing down." Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
And I want to read from the next sentence. It says, "As I was involved in assisting Waverley staff, all patients who were placed were checked and assessed physically by both staff from NGOs and Waverley, and those transferred left Waverley in a satisfactory condition. And we also liaised with laundry people to provide them with clean clothes and shoes." Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
If I may ask you, Ms. Buthelezi, do you agree or disagree that all patients who were placed were checked and assessed physically by both staff from NGOs and Waverley?
I agree with them involved too.
When you refer to them, who do you refer to?
Ms. Nelo and Dr. Lingwan.
Right. Now, the next part of that sentence, she says that those transferred left Waverley in a satisfactory condition. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And she says we also liaised with laundry people to provide them with clean clothes and shoes. You have already testified that the allegations about a lack of clothing and shoes was incorrect. Do you confirm?
Yes, it was incorrect, yes.
Then she says the first batch of patients discharged went with community referral forms together with medication and prescription. You have already testified, you in fact said it was the first and second batches were transferred and discharged according to the normal process. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And she says we made a request that at least the latest periodical report of the patient be made available. Can you comment on that?
Yes, it's true.
And she says all the patients were discharged with medication. Can you comment on that?
Yes, that's correct.
She says, and we never received reports about medication being expired, as we were verifying that in the presence of district coordinators. In Tshwane, it was Rochelle Gordon and Mr. Mogale. Do you confirm that well, let me ask you, did you ever receive reports about medication being expired?
No.
Did you receive reports about patients not having received sufficient medication?
No.
And she ends off the paragraph by saying, before patients were discharged, we were informed that the NGOs were licensed and ready. We were not responsible for licensing. Now, I assume you cannot comment on that.
Yes, I cannot.
But what I want to ask you is, were you at any stage informed by anyone, and in particular either Dr. Lenkwani or Ms. Sanello, that the NGOs were not licensed already?
No, they never told us.
Right. If I may then refer you to page 661.
Fine page. Yes, I found the page.
This is a further affidavit by Mrs. Sanello. Do you agree?
I can see that.
And I want to refer you to paragraph, well, let me first go to paragraph 3 on page 661. Mrs. Sanello says, I am a qualified psychiatric nurse with mental health directorate. Were you aware that she is a qualified psychiatric nurse?
Yes, I was.
And as such, would you have expected her to be in a position to express views and assess mental health care users as to their fitness for transfer or not?
That's correct, yes.
Now, if you would go over to the next page, page 662. Paragraph 5.
Yes.
Sorry, paragraph 4. My apologies. And it is the 10th line from the bottom of that paragraph. The line starts, also the department has won the court case following the dispute lodged by LE. Do you see that?
Yes.
Were you aware of a court case?
Yes, from the media, yes.
Right.
From the media.
Yes.
Now, the next sentence starts, Dr. Gail Ure from Life Esidimeni provided us with a list indicating the number of patients, medication, profile, and functionality of the patients. You have already testified about that list, not so?
Yes, I did.
The list was to be used as a guideline to indicate as to whether the patients can be transferred either to NGO, hospital, or be discharged to their families. And then the specific aspect I want to refer you to, she says, we then further assessed the patients utilizing our own nursing experience and expertise. You mentioned just a while ago that it was not only the NGOs and the Waverley staff who assessed the patients physically, but that Dr. Lenkwani and Mrs. Sanello were also involved.
That's correct, yes.
That. So do you confirm that what she says here, we then further assessed the patients utilizing our own nursing experience and expertise? Is that correct, according to you?
That's correct. That's correct, yes.
We were also working and guided by Life Esidimeni staff who knew patients for years. That is why we were able to determine that some patients that were initially supposed to be transferred to NGOs were actually not fit to be sent there, but rather to hospitals due to the functionality, resistant to treatment, and continuity of chronic care. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Is it therefore correct, if one can extrapolate from what she says here, that the persons involved in the assessments were therefore alive to the question whether any particular user had to go to an NGO or to a hospital or to their family.
I didn't understand the question. Harry, kindly repeat it for me.
The statement, let me go back to her statement. She says, we were also working and guided by Life Esidimeni staff who knew patients for years. That is why we were able to determine that some patients that were initially supposed to be transferred to NGOs were actually not fit to be sent there, but rather to hospitals due to the functionality, resistant to treatment and continuity of chronic care. Now, against the background of that statement, my question is, were the persons involved in the assessments therefore alive to the issue of whether a user could be sent to an NGO or to a hospital or to their family?
That's correct, yes.
And is it correct, as is stated here, that Mrs. Sanello, and I assume Dr. Lenkwani, she refers to we, were guided by Life Esidimeni staff as regards the choice as to where a user had to go?
That's correct, yes.
And in fact, she says, that is why we were able to determine that some patients that were initially supposed to be transferred to NGOs were actually not fit to be sent there.
That's correct, yes.
If your ladyship would bear with me for a moment.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, if you would go to paragraph 5 on that same page. And I'm going to deal with a number of aspects in it. I'm going to read from the first line. According to plan developed by Dr. Manamela, the Waverley patients were supposed to be transferred out by 31 May 2016 and Randfontein and Rand West by 30 June 2016. Were those the timeframes that were provided to you at Waverley?
Yes.
She says that we worked at Waverley Life Esidimeni until 31 May 2016, and of the 55 remaining patients that could not be placed, 17 were transferred to Baneng and 38 to Rand West, which are both Life Esidimeni facilities. Now, yesterday you referred, and that was with reference to your affidavit, paragraph 27, that 38 users were transported to Randfontein on the evening of 31 May. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
The reference to 17 who were transferred to Baneng, can you comment on that? Is that correct? Do you recall that, Ms. Buthelezi, that 17 users from Waverley were transferred to Baneng on 31 May 2016?
Let me recollect. Some Some of the patients were transferred, though I don't remember the number to Baneng, but it was not on the 31st of May.
Okay. Now, the next sentence, we kept on telling Dr. Manamela that the project was being rushed, and she would indicate that we should implement it as it is a mandate from the MEC and it is an unusual situation. We also indicated that there were not enough NGOs to accommodate the patients. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, I want to refer you, I must just find the place. In paragraph 26 of your affidavit, you said, and that is on page 1439.
I've got it.
You said the process of transferring the patients picked up pace, and Dr. Lenkwani and Mrs. Sinello complained to us. They indicated that the process was a rush process and that some of the NGOs were not ready to receive the mental health care users. They also complained that they were under instructions from Dr. Manamela. Now, the content that I read to you from paragraph 5 of Mrs. Sinello's affidavit, where she says we kept on telling Dr. Manamela that the project was being rushed, and she would indicate that, quote, we should implement it as it is a mandate from the MEC and it is an unusual situation. We also indicated that there were not enough NGOs to accommodate the patients. Are those similar to the issues raised by them to you as referred to in paragraph 26 of your affidavit?
That's correct, yes.
I'll continue in paragraph 5 on page 662. Mrs. Sinello says, we were also provided with a list of NGOs and hospitals indicating the number of beds in order to manage the placement. We ensured that the patients were transferred with the file that included recent medical history, periodical report, and medication. Does that correspond with your evidence?
Yes, it does.
And she says the patients sent to NGOs were given medication for 28 days, and those sent to hospitals were given medication for 7 days. Does that accord with your evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
And she says the initial patients that were transferred were to Chepong NGO in Tshwane and Anani NGO in Sedibeng, and were transferred with medication lasting only 7 days. And we raised concerns, and this was later addressed. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall.
Were you involved in any process relating to such concerns being later addressed?
Not to my knowledge.
Right. Now, if you would then please turn to page 576.
I can't find it. Is it on the same statement?
No, it's a different statement.
I found it.
Thank you. You will see that it is an affidavit by Sophie Thelma Lenkwane. Is that the Dr. Lenkwane who assisted at Waverley Care Centre?
That's correct, yes.
She says in paragraph 3, I am a qualified psychiatric nurse specialist within Mental Health Directorate. Were you aware that she was a qualified psychiatric nurse specialist?
Yes, I was.
Thank you. If you would turn to page 577. Paragraph 4. And she says the following: there were teams established to assist with the assessments of patients at Life Esidimeni after the departmental clinicians had objected to be sent to Life Esidimeni facilities for that purpose. On 11 April 2016, I and Mrs. Nontseba Sinelo were delegated to Waverley Life Esidimeni in order to assist in fast-tracking the placement of patients into NGOs and hospitals, because Dr. Manamela indicated that Life Esidimeni staff are sabotaging the process as they were not intending to discharge the patients as expected. Hence, we were to be actively involved. Now, it's not directly relevant, but can you comment on whether Life Esidimeni staff were trying to sabotage the process as alleged here?
No, it's not true.
Continue.
She says Dr. Manamela told us that if we don't go there to help Life Esidimeni staff to speed up the process, we will not be able to reach the target by 30 June 2016, which is the expected termination date, and also the department has won the court case. Dr. Gail Ure from Life Esidimeni provided us with a list indicating the number of patients, medication, profile, and functionality of the patients. The list was to be used as a guideline to indicate as to whether the patient can be transferred either to NGO, hospital, or be discharged to their families. We then further assessed the patients utilizing our own nursing experience and expertise. We were also working and guided by Life Esidimeni staff who knew patients for years. That is why we were able to determine that some patients that were initially supposed to be transferred to NGOs were actually not fit to be sent there, but rather to hospitals due to the functionality resistant to treatment and continuity of chronic care. Now, Ms. Buthelezi, this echoes what Mrs. Sinelo says, and I assume your comments would be the same on these issues. You agree?
Yes, I do.
If you would then turn to paragraph 5, and you will see that what is said there also echoes what Mrs. Sinelo said, and for record purposes, I will read it into the record. All the Waverley patients were supposed to be transferred out by 31 May 2016 and Randfontein and Rand West by 30 June 2016. We worked there until 31 May 2016, and of the 55 remaining patients that could be placed, 17 were transferred to Baneng and 38 to Rand West, which are both Life Esidimeni facilities. We kept on telling Dr. Manamela that the project was being rushed, and she would indicate that quote, we should implement it as it is a mandate from the MEC and it is an unusual situation and she does not have shares with Life Esidimeni, unquote. We also indicated that there were not enough NGOs to accommodate the patients. We were also provided with a list of NGOs and hospitals indicating the number of beds in order to manage the placement. We ensured that the patients were transferred with the file that included recent medical history, periodical report, and medication. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
The patients sent to NGOs were given medication for 28 days, and those sent to hospitals were given medication for 7 days. You've already confirmed that. After raising a concern that Life Esidimeni is refusing to give us patient files, there was an undertaking that the department would make copies of the entire files to be sent to NGOs and hospitals at a later stage, but that did not happen. Ms. Buthelezi, you testified that the files were made available to Dr. Lenkwani and Mrs. Sinelo, and that they in fact brought copiers and copying paper. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And do you agree with what is said here, that there was an undertaking that the department would make copies of the entire files to be sent to NGOs? Are you aware whether the department had given such an undertaking?
Yes, I'm aware.
We'll continue. Regarding patients that were transferred to NGOs, it was the NGO's responsibility to take patients for follow-up and assessment to local clinics in order to arrange medication before it is finished. Excuse me. Ms. Buthelezi, if one were to accept, and as you have stated, that was the case, that 28 days medication were given to patients who were transferred to NGOs. According to this sentence, would one then assume that those patients would be taken to local clinics in order to arrange medication before it is finished within 28 days?
Yes, it's an expectation.
The NGO...
Excuse me, Harry, thus we gave them the community referral form.
Okay.
And that's the form.
Just a second. Continue.
And an example of such a community referral form was seen in respect of Mr. Paulus Mogane, to whom my learned friend Ms. Foster referred during her cross-examination of you. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
The ladyship would bear with me for a moment.
Come again?
If your ladyship would just bear with me for a moment.
Okay, oh, that's fine.
Ms. Buthelezi, if you would then refer to or turn to page 388.
Page
388, my lady. 388. 388.
Okay. What's that?
Do you have it, Ms. Buthelezi?
Yes, I do.
This is an affidavit by Dorothy Sekunkune. Do you know Mrs. Sekunkune?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
She was one previously when it was still Life Care. She was the director of nursing.
She was?
The director of nursing.
And is it also correct that she was related, or she was the owner or CEO of Takalani and Mosego NGOs?
Yes, I'm aware.
Right, now if you would turn to paragraph 7 on page 389.
Yes, of course.
I'm going to read the whole paragraph, but the relevant part is in the latter half thereof. The paragraph reads, around 2016, that's when we got involved with acceptance of Life Esidimeni patients. In 2015, there was a meeting that was convened by Gauteng Department of Health, whereby my managers attended. They informed me that at that meeting, that there was a project initiated by Gauteng Department of Health to care for Life Esidimeni patients, and a request made that facilities that have capacity to admit patients should submit documents of intent. Takalani then submitted documents of intent to expand, as we also had one ward which was empty. Now, the relevant part, the process of admitting patients unfolded, and at Takalani was that we would send a social worker, registered nurse, and clinical manager to go to Randfontein Life, which was our pool. On their arrival at Randfontein, they would assess patients, and if they are suitable, they would take them. Now, Ms. Buthelezi, to be fair to you, you were not stationed at Randfontein. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
But what is described here, on their arrival at Randfontein, they, that would now be the social worker, registered nurse, and clinical manager, would assess patients, and if they are suitable, they would take them. Did that correspond with the process that you experienced at Waverley involving NGOs?
I don't think it corresponded, because with us, we did the assessment together with the department, because there was a list, as I've indicated, that there was a list which was serving as a guideline. So we all collectively, Department of Health officials, decided that this patient is not suitable for NGO, is suitable for hospital. We will advise them because they had the list.
Right. She continues and she says they were given the last periodical report, medication script, and Form 11, which is a transfer form. You also referred to the last periodical report, medication script, and Form 11 being given to users, or in respect of users being transferred from Waverley. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And she says I suppose it should be there, were no comprehensive records received with those users. I'm not sure what that relates to. If it is to the entire patient file, you confirm that the entire patient file was not given to the receiving NGOs.
That's correct, yes.
Now, if you would then turn to page 397. Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
This is an affidavit by a Mrs. Mogojwa. And she says in paragraph 2, I would like to state that Dr. Dorothy Sekukuni and I founded Mosego Home in 2008. So she was also involved with Dr. Sekukuni. Is that correct, according to your knowledge?
Yes, that's correct.
If you would turn to page 398, paragraph 9.
Yes.
And she says the following: the mental health care users, I assume it should be from Life Esidimeni, did not come with their comprehensive medical records. They only came with documents known as discharge form / MHCA form 3. Is that also the form that you said was sent with from Waverley?
The MCH form 3, yes.
Yeah, the discharge form, MHCA form 3.
That's correct, yes.
And periodical form / MHCA form 13. Is that also what was sent by Waverley?
That's correct, yes.
On the discharge form / MHCA form 3, the doctor who discharged the men.
You proceed, if I may, Mr. Just before you proceed, I just want clarity here. There is form 3 and form 13, and the witness also spoke about form 11.
She
if
did.
She can explain.
Yes. Ms. Buthelezi, can you comment on what Form 11 is?
Form 11 is the form that we complete to notify the review board that mental health care user is no longer with Waverley, she or he has been transferred to this institution. It's either Stadfontein or an NGO.
Okay, thank you very much.
If I may just, on that point, Ms. Buthelezi, ask you, so the Form 11 does not relate to patient management, but is of an administrative nature?
That's correct, yes.
Right. Now, Mrs. Mohoja says on the discharge form, stroke MHCA Form 3, the doctor who discharged the mental health care user wrote, first bullet, a brief history of where the person is coming from since he or she became mentally ill. Secondly, if he or she has any other condition. Thirdly, all the diagnosis and the treatment that the mental health care user is taking, but not a record of how the condition was managed, for example, CADEX or bed chart. Now, what I want to ask you, Ms. Buthelezi, in the context of your qualification and your experience as a nurse, this information mentioned here under these 3 bullets, a brief history of where the person is coming from, if he or she has any other condition, and then thirdly, all the diagnosis and the treatment that the mental health care user is taking. Is that sufficient to enable a receiving facility to understand the condition of the user with reference to treatment requirements?
Yes.
Now, the CADEX or bed chart, what is that document?
It's a progress report on the patient's mental and physical status,
by
which is completed by the nurses.
And how often is it completed?
It's completed on monthly basis for every mental health care user, or at times if it is a change in the condition, the mental state of the mental health care user, it will be completed by day and night staff. Patients who were physically not well, this was completed on daily basis when they were in a sick bay. Day and night staff will complete this record.
Ms. Buthelezi, in your experience, is the CADEX or bed chart ever sent from a transferring facility to a receiving facility with a patient?
No. It didn't form part of the documents that on normal basis we gave to the NGOs or the hospital on transfer.
Right. The paragraph continues on page 399. The other form is the periodical form filled by the hospital concerning mental and physical condition, functioning, bracket, low or high functioning, close bracket, and family contacts. You have previously referred to the periodical form having been provided by Waverley as well, not so?
That's correct.
And does the periodical form also contain sufficient information to enable a receiving facility to know what the condition of the patient is and what treatment to provide to such patient?
Yes, this is the comprehensive report because it starts with how was the mental health care user before admission, during admission, and the present status.
Right. If I may then refer you to paragraph 11 on the same page, where Mrs. Mokhodjwa says the documents we received with mental health care users during the Gauteng Department of Health Marathon project were the type of documents we received users with prior to the project. Can you comment on that?
Like she indicated in her statement that they received a periodical report. Yes, it's possible.
Right. Now, Ms. Buthelezi, if any NGO or hospital that a Life Esidimeni user had been transferred to felt that it needed additional information regarding any particular patient that had been received by it, would it have been possible for them to obtain that from Life Esidimeni?
Yes, it was possible.
What would they have needed to do in order to obtain it?
They need to send a request to us and they state the reason for their request.
Yes. And if it was clear that the information was required for treatment purposes of a patient, would Life Esidimeni have refused that information?
No, not at all.
Ms. Buthelezi, if any particular NGO had, on arriving at a Life Esidimeni facility, and let's keep it to Waverley, if an NGO had arrived, or officials of the NGO had arrived at a Life Esidimeni facility to collect users that were being discharged to that NGO, and they had been of the opinion that the user or malnourished or otherwise unfit either to be discharged or to be taken to that particular NGO, what would you have expected them to do?
Not to take that patient.
If any, well, let me rephrase that. Were you aware of any complaints or reports by any NGO or hospital that patients who had been discharged to such NGO or hospital had been malnourished, dirty, or did not have sufficient clothing or medication? I
No
see you're
such.
shaking your head. Can you just answer?
No, I see. Okay, sorry, Harry. No such report was ever received by us.
And when you refer to us, who do you include?
Life Esidimeni team, and including the officials from the government who were present on daily basis during the transfer. Dr. Lenkwane and Nongceba Sinelo.
Right. Now, you referred in your evidence to difficulties created when patients are changed at short notice. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Would you please turn to page 1511?
Page 5.
1511. No, 1511, my lady.
1511.
Indeed, my lady. Manageress from Chepong called and advised that she could no longer have the intellectually disabled male mental health care users. The Life Esidimeni staff had to prepare female and male psychiatric mental health care users not older than a specified age. Now, my question to you is, Ms. Buthelezi, is this the sort of change in instruction that you were referring to when you said there was at short notice changes which made selection and preparation difficult?
That's correct, but the NGOs were not communicating directly to us. They were communicating to the Gauteng Department of Health, then we'll get that information from them.
Yes, I assume, based on what my learned friend Mr. Makani put to you, that this communication would have been with Dr. Wadvala in her capacity as a representative of the Gauteng Department of Health, but we will no doubt hear about that in due course. She continues and she says, the morning of 12/2016, we had to select 70 mental health care users who fitted the profile, and they needed physical examinations, records, medication, and prescriptions. Is that similar to what was experienced by you at Waverley?
Yes.
Dr. Manamela was present on the 12th, and she went into the wards during the selection process. Although the bus arrived early in the morning, it only departed late that afternoon. Now, apart from Manamela's involvement, can you comment on, in your experience with the transfers from Waverley, did it also happen sometimes that although the bus arrived early in the morning, it only departed late in the afternoon?
Yes, it did happen.
And where were the users that were to be transferred kept while waiting for the bus to depart?
They were kept in the holding or a waiting room.
Was that before or after they had been handed over by Life Esidimeni staff to the Gauteng Department of Health officials?
It was before.
And then after they had been handed over? Where were they until the bus departed?
Yeah, until the bus arrives. Then Dr. Mlengwane and Miss Nongceba Senwele, then because at that time the records and the medication was already sorted. And the MCH 11 in play already completed, but all what was remaining was to complete the date and the signature of the person in the hospital. That will be completed immediately when the patient get into the bus. And once they get into the bus, they will say so. Go, and then they will hand over the medication and the records to that person who has come to fetch the patient. Then we'll be assisting them, like patients who may be on wheelchairs and all. Then we'll assist them.
Right. Now, if you would turn to part 27, Dr. Wadvala says these types of changes caused significant upheaval, frustration, and anguish for staff and mental health care users. Can you comment on that statement?
That's correct, yes, it did.
Paragraph 28, she says, subsequent to the Chepong issue, the pace of the process increased. Was that also your experience?
That's correct, yes.
We received almost daily notification that NGOs were ready to reach mental health care users, and on some days 3 to 4 NGOs would arrive to collect mental health care users. Was that your experience as well?
That's correct, yes.
They would arrive early in the morning and the transport vehicles would only depart in the late afternoon. Was that also your experience?
That's correct, yes.
Ms. Salome Mashile would not allow the NGO staff to leave until all the requirements had been met from the Life Esidimeni side. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I can agree with that.
Thank you. If you would then turn to page 52, that is on page 1518.
32.
32.
Yeah. Yes, I found the page, the paragraph.
Dr. Wadwala says, in respect of Weskoppies Hospital, 2 nurses from there were sent to confirm that we had selected the correct type of mental health care users. We had to present the mental health care users to them, and those who were approved were collected by Weskoppies Hospital staff. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Are you aware of the occasion on which the Weskoppies nurses came to confirm that the correct type of mental health care users had been selected?
In Waverley Care Center, it didn't happen. They came on the day when the day in which the patients were to be transferred, and they were plus minus 6 to 7, if I'm not mistaken, to come and collect the mental health care users.
And
but at least, excuse me, but Dr. Linkwane and Ms. Sinele, they've already sent the names of those patient profiles.
Right. Ms. Buthelezi, have you ever been involved, other than in the Marathon project, in the discharge of mental health care users from Life Esidimeni in the numbers that were involved in the Marathon project?
No, like I've indicated that it was, a difficult task to transfer the patients to NGO because they were limited. So it will be 1 or 2 or 3.
Can you comment on how easy or not it is to exercise control over a group of up to 152 mental health care users being discharged at the...
It was very difficult.
You would not have any knowledge of what happened during the transport process once they were on the buses and being conveyed to the hospitals, would you?
I wouldn't know, but I'll assume that probably they were restless because they were not familiar with to be in a bus and so on.
Why would you expect them to be restless, Ms. Buthelezi?
It's because they're used to a Waverley Care environment, and psychiatric patients, they take time to adjust to a new environment.
My lady, I'm intending over to another aspect. I see it is 12:52. Would this perhaps be a convenient time to take the lunch adjournment?
Yes, yes, and we will resume at 2 o'clock. The witness is warned. Now is the lunch adjournment, and we resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
My lady, before we adjourn, just F1 and your microphone. Can we excuse Dr. Lebete? He's present at our office due to the indication of further questions as well as further cross-examination by Counsel Dro.
Yes, no, he was not told that he was going to be there, but I think he should be excused, taking into account the situation in which we find ourselves. Yes. Okay. Miss, do you want to say something?
Yes, I was asking my lady, till when is Dr. Lebete excused? Tomorrow or the day after?
Yes, I think that can be discussed with the evidence leader, or they can just check tomorrow. Miss Marriott.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, can't we excuse him until tomorrow? Maybe you will just have to play by the ear. Yes, and maybe I think around, let's see, because if Mr. Makani, Mr. Mapianya is here in the morning, depending on how far the cross-examination will go, let's say let him be here at 2 o'clock. In case we finish earlier than that, you will always communicate with him.
Okay, lady, if I may just say that Mr. Dr. Lebete is at an hour's notice to arrive at the offices of Mr. Late, if that would assist. So that on whichever day he's needed, he just needs an hour's notice to arrive at the offices of Advocate Peter Late.
Okay, I don't see that as a problem. That can be arranged among yourselves. All right. Can we take the lunch adjournment?
As it pleases.
As your ladyship pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
you were at Weskoppies. You said earlier that it was from the end of June 2016 for approximately a year. Is that correct?
I started on the 1st of July.
2016.
Yeah, I was supposed to start on the 1st of June, but because I was given a task of making sure that everything is removed from Waverley, then I started on the 1st of July.
Until when?
Because I went back to AC on the 1st of May.
Which year?
2017, ma'am.
So you could have finished by, then it means you left the place end of April.
End of April, my lady.
That's correct, yes.
(2017).
That's correct, my lady.
And from the 1st of May 2017, you were back in Waverley.
That's correct.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, while you were employed at Weskoppies, did you have occasion to deal with some of the former Life Esidimeni patients who had been transferred there?
Yes, I did.
In what capacity did you deal with them?
When I was doing my care rounds, maybe trying to look at the patient's progress and the nursing interventions, if are being implemented, I'll have access to the file.
And when you had access to files of former Life Esidimeni patients, can you comment to Her Ladyship about any particular documents that you noted in the file?
It was the periodical report, then Form 3s, all the documents that we send the patient with, the admission documents, because in Weskoppies we also gave them the admission documents, the 2 medical reports, and also the 4.
Just a second. So those were periodical
report.
Just name them.
The two 5 forms, yes. The MCH 5 times 2.
MCH
5
times 2.
Yeah, times 2, because it when a patient is admitted in a psych facility, must be assessed by the 2 psychiatrists.
Yes, and then you also spoke about the MHC form 11 and 3.
Yes, and the 4.
And?
4, MCH 4.
Yes, and the discharge form also.
That's correct. That is the 4, and the what do you call it? The comprehensive report that we wrote.
Are you referring to the periodical report?
The periodical report, yes.
Is that MCH A13?
13A.
813A.
Is that all?
Is that all that you wanted to mention, Ms. Buthelezi?
With Weskoppies, there was also, because Dr. Linkwane and Ms. Sinelo, they actually even photocopied the prescription, our prescription. So the prescription was available in the file.
Yes.
Ms. Buthelezi, did you have access to the files? Well, let me rephrase that. Did you have sight of the contents of the files of all the former Life Esidimeni patients at Weskoppies?
Not all, because they were in different wards.
Yes.
And I was living in another ward.
Now, these documents that you referred to,
Just a second.
as your ladyship pleases.
Yes.
Were they in the files, in all of the files that you did have access to, or did some of the files not have those documents?
They were available in all the files that I managed to get access to.
Right. Now, Ms. Buthelezi, I want to turn to cross-examination by Mr. Makani. You will remember that he cross-examined you in respect of paragraph 9 of your affidavit on page 1435.
I'm on it.
And this related to the discharge process and the stepwise process that was followed. Paragraph 9 of your affidavit reads as follows: we also cannot simply transfer mental health care users to either NGOs or the family members when they are not sufficiently stable to cope with the transfer. Some mental health care users would become aggressive when discharged to an NGO, and the mental health care user would then be sent back to Life Esidimeni. Do you remember he put that to you and he said, well, that's wrong, because if the user becomes aggressive, such a user should not be in Life Esidimeni. You remember that is what he put to you?
Yes, I do.
Now,
yes, continue.
On receiving such an aggressive user back from an NGO, did Life Esidimeni then follow any process and endeavor to stabilize such a user again?
We'll stabilize and send the patient to Weskoppies or Sterfontein.
Right. So it wasn't a question.
Sorry, Harry, the sole purpose was, it was easy for Weskoppies or Sterfontein to receive the mental care user back if the mental health user comes from Weyval. That's the NGOs who were sending them back. But that, like I've said previously, that this was corrected. But the Department of Health at that time knew about it, that we were completing the 11 and the 12. The 12 says retracting the discharge.
Right.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, would you please turn to page 1093? Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
You will remember that Mr. Makani cross-examined you on this document, which is a table headed Life Esidimeni staff profile. And he put it to you that if one looks at the number of registered nurses, namely 31, he said 30, but it's actually 31, against the number of patients in Waverley, and he said, according to Dr. Manamela, it was 604. You had said it was about 580. He said the ratio of registered nurses to patients was insufficient. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Now, were registered nurses the only nurses who attended to patients?
No.
Who else attended to patients?
It was the enrolled nurses,
Yes.
the ENA enrolled nursing auxiliaries, and we also had the care workers. Those care workers are not nurses, but they fall under nursing.
You call them care workers?
That's correct, yes.
Now, if one...
Just a second, you had care workers, you say ENA?
Yeah, enrolled nursing auxiliaries.
Okay, continue.
Now, if one looks at this table, it seems to be arranged alphabetically. The fourth line from the top, under job title, we see enrolled nurse, and there were 73 of them. Do you see that?
That total is what it was for the whole Life Esidimeni, for the whole facilities.
Okay, we only dealing with Waverley. There were 12 of them.
Yes.
Yes.
And enrolled nursing auxiliaries, 58.
That's correct.
Further down, one sees registered nurses, 13.
Yes.
Below that, senior enrolled nurse. And below that, senior enrolled nurse auxiliary, 4.
Yes.
I don't see, you referred to care workers. I don't see them on the list.
No, they are written residential healthcare workers.
Oh, okay.
I see, there are 22 of them, it would appear.
That's correct, yes.
So the number of persons far exceeded the 13 at Waverley that Mr. Makani referred to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. Now, if I can move on to the next aspect. It was put to you by Mr. Makani, and this was in the context of visits by Dr. Manamela to Waverley. You'll recall that you said during one of them, one of the nurses escorted Dr. Manamela to an NGO, and you testified that Dr. Manamela visited you regularly during transfers. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Did Dr. Manamela at any stage raise any complaints or concerns about the manner of transfer or about the patients, their condition, their appearance, or anything else during those visits?
No, she didn't.
If you could then turn to page 1243. Do you have it, Ms. Buthelezi?
Yes, I managed to find the page.
Right. This is the placement/discharge plans that Mr. Makani referred to you. Do you remember?
Yes, I do.
And he put it to you that if one were to look at, let's say, week 1 for Waverley, it indicates 604 patients as on 26 April 2016. He says in week 1, 120 patients were to have been discharged. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
That he said that. Now, what he put to you, in essence, was that it would have been easy to get everyone ready. And if another 10 or 20 were added, it was no problem because everyone had been ready. Do you remember that cross-examination?
Yes, I do.
Now, I want to ask you, excuse me, excuse me, were all 120 patients prepared for discharge in a particular week so that at the beginning of the week, all 120 were ready to go?
That's practically impossible.
Why do you say it was impossible?
It takes time to assess a mental health care user.
Right. Now,
Just so it. Yes.
If I may take you back to the affidavit of Dr. Wadvala that we had looked at earlier, page 1516. Paragraph 25.
Paragraph?
25, my lady.
Did you get it?
Yes, I did, my lady.
You'll remember I put to you when we dealt with this, I asked you, was this the manner in which the instruction came from the Gauteng Department of Health, that you would be informed on a particular day, excuse me, that a specific number of mental health care users had to be prepared, and then they would describe what sort of users they required, as, for example, was said here by Dr. Wadvala in paragraph 25. She says, a few days before 12 May 2016, we were informed that Chepong was ready to receive 70 mental health care users and that they had to be male, intellectually disabled and ambulant mental health care users. And you said that is the form that the instructions came in. Is that correct?
Aside with us in Waverley Care Center, the government officials who were there, utilizing that list that was provided, they'll send names of the mental health user to be transferred. Is then that will advise them from that list that they've compiled that this mental health care user is not suitable for an NGO but for a hospital.
Right. Now, Ms. Buthelezi, how long in advance before the date of transfer was that list received?
From the first and the second batch, it was received, 2 weeks prior. 2 weeks prior, then we're able to prepare the patient sufficiently.
And subsequent thereto, when it became, as you said, rush?
We'll prepare, then we'll get an email. We'll at times find that that email was sent at night when we were not there. We'll see it in the morning with an additional number. So then it will be a rush. We have to draw everybody from the wards, the registered nurses, to assist in preparing the patients.
And the first list, you say you would get a list late at night. That changed a list that had previously been given, if I understand you correctly.
It will be an addition. At times it will be an addition, at times it will be the changes.
Okay. And
But I don't understand. Maybe let me understand here.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes, the first part that I understood was that with regard to the first and the second batch, I mean, you never encountered problems. You got 2 weeks notice in advance or whatever preparatory notice email. But now with regard to from the first batch, the third
batch.
Yes, what are you saying? When the question was, how long in advance before the date of transfer was the list received? Maybe your answer for us to understand it should come in 2 ways. Isn't it you'll first get, if I understood your evidence as you were testifying, you would get a list where you know that this is the number that is needed. Then later on, we don't know in terms of time as to how long, then is then that you get something additional before the patients are transferred.
My lady, it was a list for preparation.
Yes, I'm talking about that.
Yeah, on the third.
Hello, yes, continue.
My lady, the third batch of patients to be transferred, we received a date in advance.
Okay.
Right? On the third batch. Then at night, an email was sent to tell us that we should prepare. I'm giving an example. Maybe they've given a list to say 20, it's so and so and so and so. Then at night, they will send an email, which we saw it in the morning with additional number of additional numbers.
This email will now instruct you to get more patients on the list, to add to that is on the list.
That's correct. Then at time, there will be on that batch alteration of the patients that we have already prepared.
Okay. Can you continue?
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, I'm going over to a different aspect. Counsel for Ms. Rochelle Gordon dealt with alleged concerns that Ms. Gordon is said to have noted when she attended at Life Esidimeni Waverley on 12 May 2016. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Right. Now, it was put that Ms. Gordon will testify that in her opinion, some of the patients who had been My lady, there seems to be an interference every now and then. I don't know if that interrupted the question.
It did, because I was busy writing. Now you stopped completely. Now, yeah, you can just repeat the question.
Thank you. Ms. Buthelezi, it was put that Ms. Gordon will testify, amongst other things, that some of the patients who were discharged to Chepong should have gone to hospital and not to an NGO. Do you remember that that was put to you?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
You have already testified earlier that the choice as to where users had to be discharged to was that of the Department of Health and not Life Esidimeni. Do you confirm that?
Yes, I do.
Now, if I may ask you to turn to page 407. Do you have it?
On that page?
407.
That's correct. Yes, I have the page.
You will see that it's an affidavit by Rochelle Catherine Gordon. Do you confirm?
Yes, I can see that.
In paragraph 1, she says, amongst others, that she was employed as a professional nurse by the Gauteng Department of Health. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, if you would look at paragraph 6 on page 408.
You can see it.
I'm going to read it into the record. On the 12th of May 2016, I was present when the patients from Life Esidimeni Waverley Care Centre started to be placed under the care of the NGOs. I and Mr. Mohale signed for the patients. Can you remember whether Ms. Gordon signed for the patients on handover?
I don't remember.
But one can accept if she says she signed that she did do so, not so.
Yes, I'll accept that.
She says they signed for the patients, but Dr. Sophie Lenkwane and Ms. Nseba Sinelo kept the documents where we signed for discharged mental health care users, MHCUs. If I can stand still there for a moment. Ms. Buthelezi, if a professional nurse is of the opinion that patients who are being discharged to an NGO should not go to an NGO but to a hospital, what, in your opinion, as a nurse, should she do in those circumstances?
She was not supposed to, he was not supposed to, is it a he or she? She was not supposed to accept those mental health care users.
Are you aware of any complaint or concern that was raised towards Life Esidimeni by Ms. Gordon regarding this incident?
No.
She says most of the MHCUs from Life Esidimeni Care Centre were sick and weak. According to my assessment, those patients were supposed to have been referred to hospital and not NGOs. I assume your comment would remain the same.
That's correct, yes.
That she should not have signed for them and accepted them.
That's correct.
And from her statement, it would appear that Dr. Sophie Lenkwane and Ms. Sinelo were both aware of the fact that those patients had been accepted without demur by Ms. Gordon?
Yes.
Thank you.
They could have been aware because they were with us every day.
Yes. Ms. Buthelezi, it was put to you by my learned friend, Mr. Profi, for Ubushli Benkosi, NGO, that after the patients had been transferred from Waverley to, I'm not sure if it was from Waverley or from Randfontein, but that those patients should have been followed up by Life Esidimeni. Do you remember that that was put to you?
Yes, I remember.
Is it customary for a transferring facility such as Life Esidimeni in this instance to follow up on patients once they had been transferred into the care of another facility?
No.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, in closing, your evidence was that the Department of Health had decided where patients were to be sent. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Your evidence was further that Life Esidimeni had requested to inspect NGOs, and your evidence specifically today as well was that the purpose was to match patients with NGOs. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
And your evidence was further that Life Esidimeni had not been afforded that opportunity. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Did Life Esidimeni have knowledge of the suitability of any NGO to receive the patients that would be sent to it?
No.
Yes.
Are you aware of any reason why Life Esidimeni should have suspected that the Department of Health would appoint NGOs that were not suitable to receive the patients discharged to it?
No.
Are you aware of any reason why Life Esidimeni should have suspected that departmental officials would accept patients from Life Esidimeni on handover if those patients were not suitable for transfer to a particular NGO on that day?
No.
Were you or any other official of Life Esidimeni, to your knowledge, contacted by any official of the Department of Health or an NGO or a hospital regarding the allegations made concerning, firstly, a lack of transfer documentation, more specifically documentation enabling patients to be
Let's just check if everyone is there. It appears it affected all of us.
and the recording, yeah, it is recording. Ms. Buthelezi, I'm going
just
to...
a second, let's just wait, let's give it some more seconds.
As your
It
ladyship,
appears people are still waiting, are still joining.
May it please the court, my lady, we're present.
Okay. All right, you may proceed.
My lady, I'm just concerned if one looks at the number at the bottom.
Yes, it looks like.
And then plus 11, it seems there's still people joining. Usually they're about 23 plus 23. So
yes, let's just wait again. I see people are joining. Irene, please check with these disruptions. We shouldn't lose the recording. I see.
I just clicked on the record again. It's recording. I think it's the server.
Okay. I'm just referring to those that also affected me in the morning.
Oh yeah, no, I think sometimes it's just generally the network, Judge. So okay. I think maybe it was the weather as well, because some people even in the meeting they were experiencing connectivity problems.
Okay,
but now we are 23. I think it's.
Can we just wait just to see if we can have one more and then we proceed?
How do you proceed?
Come. Yes, I think you can proceed.
Thank you, my lady. I'm going to simplify the question. Ms. Buthelezi, did you or anyone at Life Esidimeni that you are aware of receive any complaints regarding any of the following? Firstly, that no discharge summaries or incomplete records had been sent with the users on discharge.
No complaints were ever received.
Just a second. Yes, continue.
Were any complaints received regarding insufficient medication or expired medication?
No report was ever received.
No record or no complaint was received?
No complaint was ever received.
Thank you. Were complaints received about patients who were dirty, malnourished, sick, unkempt, and without proper clothing?
No such report was received.
Thank you. My lady, may I just take an instruction from my instructing attorney? I believe I'm at the end of my cross-examination. I just want to hear if there's anything else I should address. If I may go off camera and mute for a moment.
Okay, you may do so.
Thank you. My lady, he clearly anticipated the inquiry because I got a WhatsApp that there's nothing further.
Okay.
That concludes my examination, my lady.
Thank you very much. I see it's now a few minutes before 3 o'clock. Perhaps is to we have to wait for Mr. Makanya. Mr. Mapianya.
Mapianya.
Yes. We just hope that he will be there tomorrow so that he can cross-examine this witness. And if there's any need, then you might have to also sort of re-examine this witness.
As your ladyship pleases.
And I'm not sure whether the evidence leader would also want to re-examine the witness. If I may, but not now, maybe after Mr. Mapianya had finished his cross-examination. Yes, Ms. Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. At this stage, we don't have any questions for the witness any further.
Okay. Then it means we can call it a day for today, and then we'll resume tomorrow at 10 o'clock. The witness is warned, and perhaps, okay, we have settled the issue of Dr. Libete, isn't it? You'll just have to play by the ear as I indicated, yes. So the proceedings for today will therefore be adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. The witness is warned again that she is still under oath, she's still testifying. She need not discuss her evidence with anybody else until she's excused by the court. Thank you very much.
As your ladyship pleases.
As the court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you, my lady.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you.
As the court pleases.